score some runs. Both teams usually do.
There are two Marlins in particular that have sparkled at Coors Field. One's a pitcher, one's a hitter. The hitter, Giancarlo Stanton.
How about at Coors Field for Giancarlo Stanton? 14 games, a .358 average, and some absolute tape measure home runs. 7 home runs here at Coors Field. Stanton with 46 RBIs. He's done that with 46 hits on the year. But stay ready, stay alive, because Giancarlo hits bombs here at Coors.
Yeah, the distance have been incredible. The tape measure has been stretched. Stanton in this environment is absolutely dangerous. And you look at the numbers here, add them up in just 14 games.
There are the numbers. Talked about the 7 home runs, 18 RBIs. How about this year, on the year for Giancarlo, almost 25% of the team's runs have been produced by Stanton. That's the most of any hitter in the league.
Not a lot of pitchers would raise their right hand and say, I'll sign up to pitch at Coors Field. Tom Kohler would, though, even though Tom has struggled this year on the road. In this ballpark, Kohler has been outstanding.
Yeah, I tell you what, you kind of erase what Tom Kohler's done on the road this year. He's not pitched well, but here at Coors Field, 2 starts, he's gone 7 innings in each of those. But the column that stands out, and this is what pitchers have to do in this ballpark, no walks in his 14 innings here at Coors.
Tom Kohler taking aim at the Colorado Rockies. New catching option. Jeff Mathis has rejoined the team. We'll check in behind the plate as Miami and Colorado get set to tangle in the Rockies. ...24 hours, but right now there is sunshine and Jessica Blaylock.
That's right, Rich. It is beautiful down here, and a beautiful day for the Marlins because Jeff Mathis has returned from the disabled list. Mathis had been sidelined since April 13th with a fractured right hand, but he is now back to 100% and has joined the team. Now, with the return of Mathis, that does mean that there has been a corresponding roster move. Jonathan Solano has been designated for assignment. I had a chance to talk to Mathis earlier today. Here's what he had to say about being back, how he's feeling, and more.
Yes, it was a long, I don't know, about 7 or 8 weeks that, I was just sitting around and waiting to get back in there. It's really nice to be back with the guys and, back to feeling good and getting back in the swing of things.
How did your rehab stint go? I mean, it seemed to go well with your production.
It went okay. I had not necessarily some setbacks at the beginning, but arm just wasn't feeling the way I wanted it to feel. So it took me a little longer than I wanted it to, but like I said, I'm glad to be feeling good and be back.
So many players talk about your importance in this clubhouse, in particular a guy like JT Realmuto, who has talked about relying heavily on your experience to help him out. How important is that to you to be able to be back in this clubhouse and help lead this team?
Well, just any way I can. I mean, any way I can help anybody in here, I'm all ears and doing whatever I can. But, just like JT, I mean, anything we can bounce off each other could help either one of us out. So it's nice to be back and be around the boys.
And Dan Jennings, of course, happy to have Jeff Mathis back. He raved about his veteran experience and his leadership in the clubhouse. When we do return, it is Game 1 in a 3-game series with the Rockies. The Fish are looking to make it 3 wins in a row. Tom Kohler on the mound for Miami. He has performed very well here. It is Game 1 in Colorado next.
Florida is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By Florida Coast Equipment, Florida's largest Kubota dealer. Visit us at FloridaCoastEQ.com. And by AutoNation, save on over 70,000 vehicles now. Visit AutoNation.com. A little bit of everything weather-wise since the Marlins arrived here early last night. Hail, lightning, tornado warnings, and now sunshine. And now Eddie Butler takes the mound for the Rockies. And the Marlins will run this lineup out there. J.M. Lexus brings you the starting lineup. D. Gordon has hit well in this ballpark. So has Martin Prado. And you know about Giancarlo Stanton and his tape measure shots. Justin Bohr, a start at first. Marcelo Zuna's in center. Christian Yelich is in left field. JT Realmuto behind the plate. Adeiny Echeverria is at short. And Tom Kohler is slotted in the 9 spot.
Don't know a lot about the 24-year-old Eddie Butler making his first appearance against the Marlins. One thing you have to look at, though, and if you're a hitter, make him throw strikes. On the year in his 49 innings, he struck out 26. He's walked 28. He's had 4 different games this year of 4 or more walks. So be patient, make him throw strikes. And you ask, what does he have? We'll give you the scouting report. The fastball is lively. Basically a sinker-slider guy. And there it is. Be patient because of his lack of command. Here's the defense behind Eddie Butler. Got Brandon Barnes in left field. Center field is Charlie Blackmon. Over in right, Carlos Gonzalez. Nolan Arenado, Gold Glover, one of the best, if not the best, at third. Tulowitzki and LeMahieu, terrific double play combination. Ben Paulson's at first, and Nick Hundley behind the plate.
Ready to go. Eddie Butler with D. Gordon in the box. Marlins and Rockies. 6-game road trip for the Fish. 3 in Denver, 3 in Toronto, starting on Monday night. Pitch Penny brings you the first pitch. Eddie Butler delivers a fastball. It's just off the plate, and it's 1-0. Phil Cuzzy calling balls and strikes. Pops the glove at 94 for a strike. Rockies with a lengthy series themselves. They've had some weather delays and some extra innings. They played a lot of baseball of late. Strike to Gordon. And it's 1-2.
Boy, they just completed a series with the Dodgers. Actually, both times the Dodgers have been here, they've had delays, all kinds of weather problems.
Check swing and no swing for D. Gordon. Gordon, one of the Marlins that has nice numbers in this ballpark. It's not hard to find those, probably on any ball club across baseball. Gordon, a .338 career average in this ballpark. And a breaking ball, down goes Gordon. A strikeout for Eddie Butler.
And for Gordon, having been with the Dodgers, 17 games he's played here at Coors. Good slider. We've talked about him, a sinker slider guy. And that time after he got ahead, he made a pretty good pitch with that slider.
Butler out of Radford University and a first-round supplemental pick, 46th overall in 2012. Here is Prado. Now, you can see the mound. Butler's in the sun and the plate in the shade right now. So for hitters, probably another 15-20 minutes of this. Prado taps it to third. That's where ground balls go to die. Arenado skips one. And the 2-time Gold Glover gets away with an awkward throw. He's bailed out by his first baseman. And here comes Stanton now.
Yeah, you have a lot of gold around that infield. You mentioned the 2 of Arenado. Tulowitzki's won a couple. DJ LeMahieu, a Gold Glove winner.
Fastball knee high for a strike. Stanton, just really some interesting numbers. The 17 homers, 46 runs driven in. Foul tip off the catcher, Todd Hundley. But 9 of his last 14 hits have been home runs, which is almost unheard of in the game. What Stanton would like to erase are the strikeouts and add a few more base hits in there. And some walks.
Yeah, the amazing thing, Rich, he has 46 RBIs. He has 46 hits.
He's behind in the count, though, 0-2, and you talked about Butler's slider. High fastball, and it's 1-2.
Part of the shadows caused by the little earlier start times here locally. Local time 6:40.
He stays with fastball and he misses low, and now the count is 2-2. Outside corner at the knees. Stanton is rung up by Phil Cuzzy, and the Marlins are done in the first. Ooh, wow. That was way down there. Here comes Tom Kohler. Up a 3-game series. Here come the Rockies. Lots of bats, lots of thunder. JM Lexus brings you their lineup. Charlie Blackmon is in center. DJ LeMahieu, hot bat, second base. Troy Tulowitzki's hot. Those Carlos Gonzalez, Nolan Arenado's done damage this year. Ben Paulson, big left-handed hitting first baseman. Nick Hundley will do the catching. Brandon Barnes in left, and Eddie Butler hits ninth.
Boy, they're the overall numbers for Tom Kohler, but the thing to really focus on tonight is his success here at Coors Field in 2 starts, 14 innings, no walks, 11 strikeouts.
Charlie Blackmon in the box. All-star last year, got off to a great start in 2014. Made the All-Star team, faded a bit at the end.
He made the All-Star team on that player vote. Players voted him in.
He's got the Rocky Mountain High beard going, that's for sure. Blackmon to be followed by LeMahieu and Tulowitzki. As usual, the Rockies near the top of just about every offensive category. And a strike from Kohler. It's 1-2. And they're hot. They've won 9 of their last 12. Which has improved their record to 24-28. Historically, the Rockies have been a very good April team for whatever reason. They were actually a game over 500 this April. Last year they were 4 over 500 in April and went on to lose 96 games. They were 8-20 in May last year. This year's May, 11-16. Walt Weiss in his 3rd season. Offensively, this is a really good team. Question marks in that rotation. 2-2 coming from Kohler. And it's fouled back.
It's always interesting with Walt Weiss, who has history with both clubs. The Marlins opening day shortstop in 1993, and then of course played shortstop for the Rockies.
4 years in Colorado. A Marlin in 93, 158 games.
And he didn't miss many.
Hit 266. Kohler misses away. We count full 3-2. Tom Kohler last Saturday went just 3 1/3 against the Mets. Remember, he was hit by that ball off the bat of Juan Lagares. This one's to left, and Yelich is over, and it's just foul. And we'll do it all over again. Defensively, The Marlins in a very big ballpark.
You know, the Marlins certainly are used to playing in a big ballpark, but defense with the outfield of Christian Yelich, Ozuna, and then Stanton. Around the infield, Prado, Echeverria, Gordon, Justin Bour, JT Realmuto. We're talking about it before the game. These two double play combos could be a couple of the best in baseball.
One note on tonight's game, Dan Jennings managing without Mike Goff, his bench coach. Mike Goff's father has passed away and has returned to his family, and our thoughts and prayers are with him. 3-2 coming. It's fouled at the plate.
And I think more experience added to DJ's resume as a manager. Managing a game at Coors Field's a little different than managing a game in another ballpark.
As you would expect, Chuck Hernandez, Frank Menachino up the middle. D. Gordon is around it, has it, flips to first in time to get the out. Brett Butler, Perry Hill. Dan Jennings will be leaning on those guys a lot this weekend. So a nice pitch by Kohler to get Blackman, and here is LeMahieu. You look at in this Rocky lineup, there aren't too many guys, especially through the first 5 hitters, who aren't hot. And LeMahieu is one of those. He's hit in 16 of his last 17. And he's done quite well against Kohler, 6 for 9 in his career.
He's a guy you don't hear a lot about. Talked about him having won a Gold Glove. He's 3rd in the National League in hitting this year.
LeMahieu,
well, he's on that back line, isn't he?
Yep.
Batter's box.
Played his college ball at LSU. He was a very good player at LSU. Was a key part of a national championship team in 2009. He didn't grow up down there, though. He grew up in Michigan and in Madison, Wisconsin.
He had a culture shock going down there to college, didn't he?
It's a great time of year if you're a baseball fan, with both Major League Baseball and college baseball. The Super Regionals getting underway. The 3-1 pitch is in. And for Tom Kohler, that's the first walk he's issued ever at Coors Field.
Yeah, we talked about it at the onset. Did he miss? That pretty much is
same pitch that
same pitch as Stanton was called out on. Yeah,
you're right.
But you're right. In his 14+ innings now, came into Coors with a 2.57 ERA, and in 3 career starts through a good ball game against the Rockies in Miami. Now career starts a good ERA.
Now Tulowitzki, you see the 6 home runs that he's got on the season. 4 of them have come in his last 20 at bats. LeMahieu away from first. Kohler pours in a strike. Tulowitzki just 5 at bats against Tom Kohler. Has 3 hits, 1 of those a home run. Those are the 5 games, that 20 at bat run. Broken bat up the middle. Gordon flips. Echeverria turns. And a nice job by Tom Kohler to let that ball go through. And the Marlins turn a double play. Solid first inning from Kohler. We're underway at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. The Marlins and the Rockies are scoreless. Happy hour pricing before all weekday home games for just $20 a person. Plus, the Clevelander, along with that underwater camera, now offers brunch on all Sunday home games, $5 mimosas and Bloody Marys. 1-877-MARLINS. Go to marlins.com/groups. Justin Bour takes a strike, and the big slugger leads it off for Miami in the second. Eddie Butler had a sharp first inning. He punched out D. Gordon and Giancarlo Stanton. Hey, the new addition that started last year, the Mile High Rooftop Bar. This was an expansive ballpark when they opened it, 50,000 seats. And they took out probably about 3,000-4,000 seats up there in that upper deck and opened up a series of restaurants and that Mile High Rooftop Bar. They thought better than to call it a club, but it has become a very popular destination.
Not going to touch that.
Here's a 2-2 pitch coming to Justin Bour. And he pulls it on the ground to LeMahieu. And there's one out. What do you think of Eddie Butler so far?
Well, so far he's had command, and we talked about lack of, but that fastball that he struck Giancarlo out on, borderline pitch, was 97 miles an hour to go along with a slider that we saw him use to strike out D. Gordon.
Marcell Ozuna in the 5 spot, and a guy that's had not a lot of games here, but some nice games here. And he takes a strike. 4 games at Coors Field to be exact. 8 for 17. Well, 5-game run for Ozuna. The Marlins on Wednesday, of course. It seems like Wednesday was 3 or 4 days ago. But for Ozuna and the Marlins, it was a big night, beating the Cubs 7-3. It was Junior Lake night at the ballpark. That got the emotions boiling from the Marlins end. Dan Herron pitched well and got the win.
Handled after the game, I thought, extremely well by Joe Madden and the Cubs.
We haven't really touched upon that, but you're right, as we expected. That Joe Madden, some great quotes. Up the middle, backhanded, knocked down. LeMahieu not going to get him. It's a base hit for Marcell Ozuna. Our AT&T U-verse rewind, in case you missed the highlights or the game on Wednesday, this was the Junior Lake home run and the walk and the bat flip. And what angered the Marlins was that shush sign. JT Realmuto got on him. And the tempers flared, the dugout spilled.
Thought JT did a good job. I thought Anthony Rizzo with the Cubs did a good job trying to keep peace in that little bit of melee that took place. Speaking of Anthony Rizzo, 2 home runs tonight in Washington. The Cubs trail 5-4 in the 6th inning, but Rizzo's hit a couple.
Dan Jennings was ejected from that game, not because of that. He was arguing a check swing later in the ball game. Here's Yelich. Yelich pulls a ground ball into right field, the base hit. Ozuna turns second, on his way to third. Gonzalez picks it up, and Miami set up at the corners with 1 out, and here comes Realmuto.
Well, it's one of the things you can do here at Coors. Because it's so spacious in the outfield, outfielders are a little deeper than normal. So Christian Yelich finds that hole on the right side, and once a ball gets into the outfield, more often than not, you're able to go first to third if you're the runner at first base. By the way, this is where Christian Yelich picked up his first major league hit.
This is a special place.
Yeah, it is.
His major league debut here in Colorado. Now Realmuto. It was lost in all the home runs. Remember, back-to-back by Stanton and Baker. The histrionics by Junior Lake. But JT Realmuto had the biggest hit, I thought, of the ballgame on Wednesday. The RBI double that got the scoring started and got Miami on the board.
in what was a 4-run second inning, and he lines this one into right field. That's a base hit. Ozuna will score, and Real Muto knocks in the first run of this ball game.
Boy, some really nice at-bats that the Marlins have put together to put together 3 consecutive hits. The infield base hit of Ozuna, Yelich's. Not a bad pitch, but just taking what you get and hitting it into right center. Beautiful job by JT Real Muto. The bottom line, Rich, the quote of Joe Madden after that the next day: "We don't do that here. It'll be the last time."
Yes.
You got a feeling he's exactly right, too.
And I remember at the very end he said, "You Little League kids watching in Chicago, don't do that. That doesn't play here." Now Echeverria. And Echeverria swings and misses. Danny over 300, having an outstanding year offensively, a big jump from last year. And his defense has been, as usual, outstanding as well. Ozuna coming across to score on the Real Muto single. Good speed with Yelich at second. And the Rockies obviously not holding Real Muto at first.
That's really important, and you don't hold when you have runners at first and second. But if you're JT, and I'm sure he's reminded by Perry Hill, get as big a lead as you can, because that first baseman's all the way back, Ben Paulson. Because any ground ball, you don't want a double play turn. And if he can get to second base quickly, you want to do that.
And on the checklist of a middle infielder, after you find out what pitch is coming, you always take a peek, see how big a lead that runner has. And it's in the back of your mind when you start the clock on trying to turn any double play. Kohler's on deck. Echeverria with a count 0-2. Eddie Butler making start number 11.
How many times, Rich, do you and I talk about all the players out of that Virginia area? They're usually hitters.
That's right.
But Butler out of Chesapeake, Virginia, went to high school there.
Home of the Uptons, home of a former Rocky batting champ, Michael Kadire, David Wright. Long list there. Butler misses. Ryan Zimmerman. Oh, don't forget Mark Reynolds.
Yeah, see, they're all hitters.
University of Virginia also in the Super Regionals, facing Maryland. Butler misses again, and Echeverria has the count back at 2-2. A second inning run and 2 runners out there with 1 out. Good day for the University of Miami.
Yeah, 3-2 win. Who they playing? Virginia Commonwealth?
VCU.
VCU. The best of 3 series that'll send you on to Omaha.
This is a nice at bat by Echeverria. He's fought off some 2-strike pitches, was behind in the count 0-2. And now it's 3-2. Real Muto at first. The trail runner, Yelich, is at second.
Let's see if they're running. One thing Butler's done, he has paid attention to Yelich at second base. Makes it a little harder to get a big lead. LeMahieu's over there too.
Not running. Pitches out, and Echeverria behind in the count 0-2 works a walk, and he loads the bases now for Tom Kohler. Echeverria doesn't walk much. That's only the 7th walk that wasn't intentional. He's been walked intentionally twice. And he earned that one.
Yeah, that's right. For a guy who doesn't walk much, that was a good at bat.
Now Kohler is 1 for 18. Little tapper. Butler lets it go, and the Marlins are going to get a run out of it. Butler was thinking about coming home with it. Arenado was thinking of going to third. And once Butler peeled off, the Marlins had their run. So Kohler gets an RBI.
Yeah, I think if this ball is fielded by the pitcher, he's thinking about coming home. Once it goes to the third baseman, Nolan Arenado, his only play really was to first base. Good jump at third by Christian Yelich. And Arenado was calling Butler off. You could hear him.
D. Gordon now, runner second and third. First career run driven in for Tom Kohler.
That's a great job, and it just proves a point. You make contact. You never know what's going to happen. Sometimes it's bad, but more often than not, it's good. And by Tom Kohler making contact, he gets his first RBI.
Echeverria is the runner at second with Real Muto at third. And nice job by Todd Hundley to smother that one. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a Mets flashback. Nick Hundley.
John Chimchuk would have loved that reference.
Yes. Craig would appreciate that. 1-1 pitch. Gordon, a sharp ground ball. That's out to LeMahieu, and he gets the out at first, but Miami is on the board twice. Bottom of the order coming through. Tom Kohler back to work.
Bottom of the second. Well, like you heard Rich and Tommy mention, Coors Field is the ballpark where Christian Yelich made his major league debut. I had a chance to ask Yelich about that day. Here is what he remembers.
You know, it's almost been 2 years now already, and I remember it being kind of a crazy day. We got a lot of family, friends in town. We got nerves, and it's kind of just a special day and something that you know, I'll always remember this place. It's something that you really just dream about ever since you're a little kid, is playing in the big leagues, and finally getting to do it here. I always come into this locker room. It was the first major league locker room I've ever been in, and it's just a lot of good memories coming back here.
And it was a solid outing for Yelich. He did go 2 for 4, no home runs, but he had an RBI. And Rich, Tommy, he's off to a good start here today.
Yeah, you're right, Jessica. Thank you. Yelich singling in the middle of a 2-run inning. Miami up 2-0. Carlos Gonzalez is healthy again. We talked about Tulowitzki's health and his issues being in the lineup. For Gonzalez, he's missed good number of games over the last 5 years.
You see those numbers. Carlos Gonzalez. Good pitch there. He's in a situation such as Christian Yelich. Lately, though, he's been swinging the bat really well. Good fastball to strike him out there, though.
1 out. Saturday, Major League Baseball. Fox Sports 1 returns. The Rangers take on the Royals. And then baseball night in America, Angels and Yankees. Coverage begins 1:30 Eastern on your home for baseball every Saturday. Fox and Fox Sports 1. Nolan Arenado goes after the first pitch and hits a high pop-up. Would that be a mile-high pop-up? I mean,
it might have gotten that high.
The purple ring that is at the top of this ballpark is supposed to signify a mile high. And so I would say that pop-up may have gotten actually a little higher than that.
Yeah, I think the pop-ups even go a little bit further here. But a nice eye. You get the feeling of watching Tom Kohler that he just feels comfortable here. I mean, he's working well. He's working quickly. Looks relaxed out there. Not to mention he's making good pitches.
I think you said the key word at the outset of the telecast is that he doesn't walk people here. And he didn't in his previous 2 starts, which were very good. He has walked 1. But LeMahieu was wiped out on the Tulowitzki double play ground ball.
This guy going to kind of compare in their careers to Justin Bour. Ben Paulson getting an opportunity to play some first base. And he's 27 years old. Justin Bour's 27 years old, each with a lot of minor league time. And as long as Justin Morneau stays on the disabled list with the concussion symptoms, Paulson will get a lot of opportunities.
Paulson is a Tiger of Clemson, so Jeff Baker probably has an affinity for this big left-handed hitting first baseman. Ed Chavarria takes care of him. Tom Kohler stays sharp. 2-0 Miami. And with the bat, you can see the fielding percentage at shortstop. His metric numbers measure out better this year.
I love the way he went after this. You have to make a choice. Do I go backhand or I get in front of it the way he did there and then got enough on the throw? Took a little divot out there at shortstop. They had a little maintenance crew out there between innings, but just fun to watch him play and the plays he makes.
Infield is patched up. Here's Prado. Martin leads it off. Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bour against Eddie Butler. Marlins got 3 consecutive hits with 1 out in the second, and ended up scoring twice. Tom Kohler getting his first major league RBI.
Yeah, we talk about D. Gordon and Giancarlo on that all-star team. Vote as often as you can for Danny Echeverria.
Pitches out. Echeverria, defensive runs saved is a metric that a lot of people like. Echeverria is 5th among all major league shortstops in that category.
Rich, I just go by DRS.
Kyrgo makes the catch in right field. And there's 1 out. All-star voting. All right, you heard Tommy. If you want D. Gordon, Giancarlo Stanton to remain starters. If you want Etch to get some love, the 2015 Esurance All-Star Game ballot is out. You can vote 35 times per email address. It's online, marlins.com. You can do it on your computer, your tablet, your smartphone. You can help select the starting lineups for the 2015 All-Star Game at marlins.com. Here's Giancarlo Stanton. He's 3rd among National League outfielders. Stanton didn't like the strike 3 call to begin, and Phil Cuzzy's hearing it from Miami's dugout right now. Stanton didn't like that strike call either. Stanton drives it left center field. That is deep. That is gone. He's back at Coors Field, and that ball 450 plus.
It's almost like you want to put a welcome home sign out for Giancarlo when the team bus pulls up to Coors Field. For Giancarlo Stanton, that's his 8th home run in 14 plus games now at Coors.
What an incredible run this is. 10 of his last 15 hits have been home runs.
That was the slider from Butler. He didn't get it off the plate. It had a lot of the plate, and Giancarlo got a whole lot of it.
Here's Justin Bour, and he takes down low. I mean, goodness. This is game number 15. That's homer number 8 in this ballpark. And he ties Nelson Cruz and Bryce Harper atop the home run leaderboard in Major League Baseball. So 12 of his last 21, 10 of his last 15 have been home runs. 10 of his last 15 hits have been home runs. That is just hard to wrap your mind around.
I don't know if they in the past have kept track of that number, but that's incredible.
108 off the bat. He loves this ballpark. Then again, what hitter doesn't? As if Stanton needs a boost as far as altitude goes. Justin Bour takes down low, and Eddie Butler seems a bit unnerved right now. A tape measure homer from Stanton, a walk to Bour, and now you get into the trio that all had hits. And our old friend Steve Foster, who is the pitching coach here in Colorado, former bullpen coach of the Marlins, is out to talk to Butler.
Always good to see Fosty. Yeah, Giancarlo has for the last few years put on shows at Coors. Young outfielder with the Dodgers just left here having put on a long ball tape measure show. Jock Peterson.
Jock Peterson, from the numbers that I read, actually has a longer average distance per home run than Stanton, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, it is. He had his streak broken last night, but he had a stretch of 5 consecutive games with home runs.
Here's Ozuna now with Bour at first. (3-0) Miami. You can't come to Coors Field with the Marlins and not see a Giancarlo Stanton tape measure homer. That one was deflected off the glove of Butler, and that'll keep it at just 1 out at second. Remember the ball that Tom Kohler pulled his glove back on in the first inning?
That turned into a double play.
Yes.
You know, it's always a tough decision for a pitcher. Tom Kohler made a good, quick decision. Butler, in this case, if he knows that the infielders are pinched up the middle, cheating for that double play, you let that ball go. But he deflected it, and the Marlins are able to continue the inning.
Pretty cool flip, though, by LeMahieu, the Gold Glover, to Tulowitzki. Now Yelich, you saw that video of Yelich in his major league debut. 2 hits. He should have had 3.
That's right.
That ball that ate up the second baseman was actually ruled an error.
I believe his first hit was off Julius Chassin.
Yelich rolled a single through the right side with Ozuna at first. It was back in the second. Ozuna away from first. Yelich this time to LeMahieu. On over to first in time. Giancarlo Stanton is in the house. And he just left it. Another long homer at Coors. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins. Marlin fans here. A lot of sponsor activity here. The Marlins have a big group of sponsors from Miami in town for this.
Great city to visit, great ballpark to come to.
Nick Hundley now, and Hundley takes ball 1. Nighttime creeping over Denver. The first distance of Stanton's home run, 478.
He may pass Jock Peterson in the average distance now.
That one's hit hard, and Echeverria is there. Hundley lines out, and that's the first out of the third.
So you're saying the early returns
it is.
Have it at 478.
It's like an exit poll, only the exit is a baseball, not a voter. There's Brandon Barnes now. The Rockies in the basement of the National League West. They are 6 back of the 31-23 Dodgers. Strike to Barnes. San Francisco's a game and a half back. Padres a game under 500. A 4.5 back, and Arizona 3 under, 5.5 back. Tom Kohler looks like he has looked the 2 previous times in this ballpark.
They always used to talk about pitchers pitching here, which type would have success. And a lot of thoughts went to the guy who had the curveball and the slider, that it might not break as much. But Tom Kohler, when he pitches here for some reason, just watching tonight, has had good curveball, a good slider. Dan Herron could speak to that. He's pitched here a few times. But the bottom line, as you pointed out earlier, the pitcher who's going to have success here is the guy who doesn't walk many, because you're going to give up the extra base hits, you're going to give up some home runs. You want them to be solo shots or just 1 RBI instead of a bases clearing double because you walked a couple guys.
One of the things you like about Kohler as a pitcher in any situation, he's an aggressive pitcher. He's not a guy that really tries to nibble a whole lot. And it seems like in this ballpark, he's even more aggressive. Kohler did not have a great outing his last time in New York. Remember, he got hit by the line drive. But going into that, he had 4 appearances leading into that start in which he'd given up just 2 earned runs in 22 innings. This is Eddie Butler looking for his first big league hit. And he swings and misses. And it's 1-2.
We gave the UM score earlier. The Gators have a commanding 7-0 lead, middle of the game, against FSU up in Gainesville. J.J. Schwartz, Marlins assistant pitching coordinator in the minor leagues. Jeff Schwartz, it's his son. His son was freshman co-player of the year, D1. Had quite a year.
Daughter's quite an athlete too.
Daughter was on the championship softball team.
Tell you what, here in Denver tonight, Giancarlo Stanton is homering, Tom Kohler is pitching, and the Marlins are leading 3-0. You got your ice cold Coors Light and a great looking barbecue.
That's where we should have gone, Rich.
Those aren't oysters, are they, Tommy?
No, those are not Rocky Mountain oysters.
Thank you.
Those are some good old-fashioned ribs.
JT Real Muto and Danny Echeverria. D. Gordon wants to know what it's like to hit a ball 478 feet. Real Muto drove in the first run of the ball game with an RBI single to right. 0-2. Eddie Butler, the 24-year-old, the guy that the Rockies are counting on to make an impact in their rotation this year and from years to come. And Real Muto has a pair of hits as he pulls one into left field. Real Muto, I'm sure, has family and friends here, Colorado, all his family out of the state of Oklahoma. You can register now for the annual Play Catch with Dad event. That's after the Marlins game on Sunday, June 14th against the Rockies at 1:10. Treat Dad to the ultimate Father's Day gift with proceeds benefiting the Marlins RBI Scholarship Program. Time's running out. Space is limited. Make your reservation today at marlins.com/playcatch. Echeverria walked. And a walk doesn't sound like a lot of work, does it? But for Echeverria, it was quite an at-bat. He was behind the count 0-2. He fought off numerous two-strike pitches and then ended up walking. Helped keep the inning rolling. Miami got 2 in that second inning. Stanton led off the third with a monster home run. And it's 3-0. Back behind the count 0-2, and now it's 1-2.
That first inning, when Butler came out and had a 1-2-3 inning with a couple of strikeouts, he had much better command. That command's kind of gone away a little bit. He's only gone 6 or more innings 3 times of his 10 starts.
Well, he's relatively young in his professional career. He was a 2012 draft. So last year, in just his second full season in the organization, he got to the big leagues.
One of the kind of interesting numbers on Butler, and it's surfaced here tonight. Innings 1 through 3, he has an ERA about 5.5. Hitters hitting over 300. After that, the ERA goes down and the opposing batting average goes down.
Got him with a fastball. Echeverria strikes out. And with 1 out, here comes Kohler. And a good possibility he's bunting. Try to push Real Muto into scoring position.
That's just a good old fastball with a little extra on it. Got it by Echeverria. Good job by Tom Kohler in the second inning. Make contact, that little roller to third base, and he was able to pick up an RBI.
There's the bunt, and it's a beauty. Kohler's having quite a night. Knocked in his first run in his career, and then a sacrifice bunt. He's been sharp on the mound. Gives D. Gordon a chance to add to this lead with 2 outs.
So doing a nice job to help himself.
There's not a lot of news in baseball today, just ball games. Most of the news is injury related. Hunter Pence, now with a injured left wrist, is day to day. He's out of the Giants lineup tonight. Yasiel Puig and Justin Verlander making some news on their rehab trail. And of course, the Marlins are closely following most of their rotation in the rehab starts this weekend, from Matt Latos to Jared Cozart to Jose Fernandez. The only guy that is right now still trying to get himself into those rehab starts is Henderson Alvarez. Maybe the most fun story is the latest member of the Oakland Athletics bullpen, guy that can throw with both arms.
Pat Venditti. Pitched, well, he's gone a couple of innings tonight for Oakland, giving up just 1 hit, no runs.
D. Gordon lifts that one in the air, left center field. Barnes and Blackmon converge. And it's Barnes who makes the catch. Miami leaves a runner. Bottom 4 coming up in Colorado. Smile for the camera. It's 3-0. By Checkers. Get Checkers authentic Philly cheesesteak or try the new meatball sub. Pick yours. This is such a cool downtown. You've got a football, a basketball, hockey team as well as Major League Baseball. All kinds of cool architecture. And of course, Coors Field, home of the Rockies. There's a lot going on in this town. It is one of the great outdoor sports towns in the country. Biking, running, skiing, golfing, whitewater rafting.
It's also a franchise that over the last number of years, you mentioned their one appearance to World Series, but over the last few years, they've just not played well. 66 wins last year, 66 and 96, but they've always drawn fairly well here at Coors.
Last year they averaged 33,000, and as you noted, a team that really struggled, and that was last year one without Todd Helton.
You know, it's interesting when you think about their franchise. Not a lot of wins, but a lot of star players, big-time players. When you think of Helton, you think of Galarraga, Dante Bichette, Larry Walker.
And there's not a pitcher on that list.
Not a pitcher on that list.
You know, the Blake Street Bombers, when
Vinny Castilla,
they started out at Mile High Stadium, which is no more, and then moved into this place on Blake Street. That one pulled by Blackman. Gordon gets to it and gets the out. And Tom Kohler has been fantastic here tonight. Now, not a night game tomorrow. Saturday, it's an afternoon tilt. 3:30 for Marlins Live. South Florida Honda dealers, get you ready for that one. A preview of the ball game. Craig Minervini and Carl Pavano. Here is DJ LeMahieu.
The Marlins actually played 12 games first couple of years at Mile High. Went 6-6 at Mile High, and have not fared as well here at Coors. The Marlins 30-48 here at Coors Field.
Gordon again. Kohler has a couple of ground ball outs here in the fourth.
But if Tom Kohler keeps pitching the way he is, and if the offense continues to add on a little bit, Marlins will add on to that win total here at Coors. There's
Tulowitzki, and that fits right in with Tommy's run of great bats in the 22-year and 2-month history of the Colorado Rockies.
Jeff Baker.
Yeah, Bake had some nice years here.
Bake had 3 or 4 years here with the Rockies.
Went to a World Series with the Rockies in 2007. Clint Hurdle was their skipper. And while the Marlins and the Rockies were both born on the same day, so to speak, and the Marlins were able to get to a World Series and win it in '97, the Rockies actually got to the postseason faster. They were there in '95. There's a first hit for the Rockies. Tulowitzki smacks it into center field. And he's got a hit. The Rockies under Don Baylor, their manager, got to the wild card. Got to the postseason as the wild card in '95. There's the first hit. And here comes Carlos Gonzalez.
Tom Kohler has worked out of the stretch. Remember, the second batter of the game, DJ LeMahieu, drew a walk, but then Tulowitzki grounded into a double play.
Gonzalez swings and misses. Carlos Gonzalez now 29. Tulowitzki is 30. I don't want to say the window of opportunity is closing on the Rockies with these two guys in the lineup. But the frustrating thing certainly for them both is the last winning season the Rockies had was 2010. Last postseason was 2009. Busted bat. It's going to sneak through into center field. Tulowitzki glides around second, on his way to third. And the Rockies have something going with 2 outs here in the 4th.
Because that was a broken bat, not hit sharply, Tulowitzki able to go first to third easily. But we talked about that earlier. Put the outfielders a little deep here. You really don't hesitate at all. You know that Marcell Ozuna has to come a ways to get to that ball. And all of a sudden, they're big guns with back-to-back singles. Tulo and Cargo.
Arenado. Tulo, Cargo, Arenado. He popped to short in the second.
Arenado went to high school just south of Anaheim Stadium.
He and Christian Yelich were teammates, high school all-star teammates.
Yeah, they were a couple of prospects out of Southern California. Christian Yelich, 23. Arenado is 24.
Both have gold gloves, despite being quite young in their major league careers. Arenado winning his first 2 years in the big leagues. Pops that one up. Let's see if it's playable. Bohr calling, and Justin Bohr makes the catch, and a nice escape by Tom Kohler. 4 scoreless innings for Kohler and a 3-0 lead for Miami. our Geico Marlins moment. The beautiful bullpens in Colorado. And in 2001, Brad Penny's Marlins record 17-game unbeaten streak snapped by the Pirates. Kevin Young hit a grand slam, and Brad Penny beaten for the first time in 18 games, 5-2. There's the bullpen.
Look at that scenery. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? It's got to be the most beautiful bullpen in baseball.
Without doubt. And well manicured. Some nice shrubbery.
They could have a separate ground crew just for the bullpen.
That's where the Exmo Squirrel lives, who is the mascot of the 10-run reel. Martin Prado, Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bour up the middle, base hit, Prado. And now appointment television takes over. Call the kids. Get grandma in front of the TV. Here comes Giancarlo Stanton at Coors Field. And this is what he did his last time up. This is the longest homer this year at Coors Field. It's the 4th longest in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, we got confirmation on the number, 478 feet.
Don't know that he'll get a backup slider. Low fastball. And it's 1-0.
Then again, he could put a charge into one of those Butler fastballs.
That one dips low, and it's 2-0. Stanton called out on strikes back in the first. His 15-game reign of terror at Coors Field. A strike. 2-1.
Huh.
Wow. Now he's sitting on a 3-1 pitch.
He's thrown a lot of fastballs in this at bat. See if he stays with it.
Got tied up and actually hit his bat twice.
That's that one. It's tough to lay off of because Giancarlo's looking fastball. Because he's seen a lot in this at bat, he gets it, and it was a pretty good two-seamer that ran in on him.
Tommy, there's a lot of statistical folks that we turn to whenever we need stats. There's Stats Inc., there's Elias, then there's Glenn Geffner, who has Stanton's average distance per home run in this ballpark well over 460 feet, and that one is fouled back to the screen. It was at 459 coming in. His career best was here at 494. And at 478, I'm pushing him past 459 as an average in his 8 home runs.
Well, Geff's always our good go-to guy.
He's a good follow on Twitter as well. Stanton pops that one into shallow center. Out goes LeMahieu, and it's going to fall for a hit.
There's a great example. You talk about the ball carrying here, but the other example is because outfielders are deeper, and especially deep with Stanton the hitter, a ball like that drops. Most ballparks, even with Stanton in Philadelphia, in a normal ballpark, that's not going to drop because the center fielder is probably going to get there.
Now, Marlins Park is deep as well. I mean, it's just as spacious as this place. And I asked Christian Yelich about the similarities of playing in the two outfields, and he said Marlins Park, the ball hangs up. It gets up in the air and it hangs up and you can run under it. He said here it's just going.
It hangs up and goes out.
The wind is swirling. It's just a totally different animal. The grass here is a little slower than at Marlins Park as well. Here's Bour. And Justin takes a strike. Justin is 0 for 1. He's bounced out and walked. Pair of singles to open up the fifth. Miami looking to add to a 3-0 lead.
So a rare single from Giancarlo Stanton.
As you documented, the key to pitching in this ballpark is don't walk anyone. The key to winning in this ballpark is to add on and get as many runs as you can stockpiled, because you might need them late, especially against the Rockies, who even in their leanest years have been a holy terror at home in late innings. They're always among leaders in walk-off wins, come from behind wins at home.
Except the other night when they got bitten by an Alex Guerrero grand slam in the ninth inning from the Dodgers.
Yeah, that was not fun for Rocky fans. 1-1. Bohr fouls it back and out of play. I mean, last year, the Rockies were not a good team. They were 66 and 96. But they were 45 and 36 at home. And the flip side, their road record was 21 and 60. 1-2 to Justin Bohr. Prado at second, Stanton at first. Outfield playing Bohr deep, straight up. And he sends that one into right field. That's going to flutter in for a base hit. Prado holds at third. Up with the ball is Gonzalez. And the bags are loaded, and here comes Ozuna.
Right now, Eddie Butler, the young pitcher, is probably shaking his head. He made a pretty good pitch to Giancarlo, the bloop single. He makes a good pitch and jams the big guy, Justin Bohr. But Justin's so strong, he's able to muscle it into that outfield. Prado had to pause, not sure if that ball was going to be caught. And so because of that, and because there's nobody out, he's held at third.
It's one thing that third base coaches have to factor in, and you pointed it out, on a ball like that, especially against Bohr. Carlos Gonzalez was very deep. And here's Butler now, bags loaded. I mean, there's a lot of room there to begin with, and outfielders here have a tendency to just play as deep as they can.
Big bases clearing double by Marcelo Ozuna the other night against the Cubs.
Nobody out, infield up the middle looking for two, and that bouncer finds Tulowitzki, gets an out, and that's it. And the Marlins push across run number 4. Ozuna gets an RBI. Bohr is erased, and they're at the corners for Yelich now.
Well, the good part about that, number one, contact. You strike out, nothing happens. Contact, run comes in, and also moving over to third, Giancarlo Stanton. So he's there, runners at first and third with one out.
Now Yelich, who was 1 for 2. And that hole is open on the right side. He found it in his first at bat. Out towards second. There's a flip. LeMahieu's turn is just in time to get Yelich. And the Marlins are done. They have to settle for a run, stretch their lead to 4-0.
4-0. Well, Justin Bour has been so good since being called up by the Marlins. He's also playing really well in that cleanup spot, but he's coming off of a tough series against Chicago. I had a chance to talk to him about that. He said he didn't feel like he was trying to do too much. He just didn't feel like he was seeing the ball really well, and maybe he was swinging at pitches that he really shouldn't be swinging at. He said his goal for this series against the Rockies was to be patient at the plate, and Rich and Tommy, we've seen him do that. He already has a base hit. He's also drawn a walk tonight.
Yeah, he has. In Miami, Jessica has a 4-0 lead into the bottom of the 5th, halfway through in Denver.
I would say consciously he probably wasn't trying to do too much against the Cubs, but subconsciously it just happens.
It's human. It's human nature, right? Ben Paulson on a hop. D. Gordon on to first. Tommy, the World Cup's almost here. Tomorrow, our coverage of the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup begins. China takes on Canada. And then Monday, Team USA takes on Australia on Fox Sports 1. You got games all weekend long on Fox, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2. And all streams live Tommy's iPad on Fox Sports Go. Nick Hundley now.
All updates on that from my nephew.
Tommy's nephew, a soccer player, college, professional. Played with the Red Bull. This is Hundley, lined out in the 3rd. Nick Hundley was born in Corvallis, raised outside of Seattle, went to the University of Arizona, and if it sounds like he led a vagabond life, it moved around a bit. His dad,
because his dad is not Todd Hundley.
No,
I think a lot of people, figure, hey, he's a catcher. His last name's Hundley.
No, his dad is Tim Hundley, and is a college football coach and defensive coordinator in a lot of different places.
They tend to move around.
They do. Every 3-4 years, if you're a coordinator or an assistant and there's a coaching change, you move. Hundley knocks it into center field. Or if the head coach needs to fire somebody to save his job, you move. Here's Brandon Barnes now. How is the Oakland lefty, or the Oakland righty, or both? How is Venditti doing?
Well, yeah, Baseball Reference will never be the same.
Pat Venditti is pitching tonight in Oakland. He pitches with both arms. He can throw lefty, he can throw righty.
Yeah, he worked 2 innings out of the bullpen, gave up just a hit, no runs, didn't walk anybody, had a strikeout. So the A's lost 4-2 to Boston, but Venditti did his job.
There's a bouncer out towards second. Gordon backhands. Echeverria turns. Oh, man. Tom Kohler is dealing tonight in Denver. 4-0 Miami. Toyota Trends head-to-head expansion brothers. Marlins 91, Rockies 87, a 4-game lead, or 2-game lead if they were in the standings for the Marlins. See, the runs are pretty darn even. The batting average pretty darn even. The ERA is just about even. That's amazing. Since '93, when the Marlins and the Rockies came into the National League.
Yeah, that is. That's incredible.
Dan Jennings and the Marlins opening up a 3-game series. Eddie Butler pitching with his right arm, facing JT Realmuto. Adeiny Echeverria, Tom Kohler will follow. And that one is lifted deep to right field. Gonzalez goes after, dives and won't get it. And with Realmuto's speed, that might be 3 bases. Round second, on his way to third. He's got a triple. What a night for JT Realmuto. Carlos Gonzalez is an outstanding outfielder. I guess he thought he could get it, but he came up well short on the dive. And Realmuto is 3 for 3.
How about on the year for Realmuto? 7 doubles and now 4 triples to go along with a pair of home runs. This ball just kept slicing away from Gonzalez. Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, Rich, because it really didn't look like he had a chance. If he's able to cut it off, he might hold JT to a double, but with Realmuto's speed, no chance at all as he gets to third base standing.
Rockies just appealed that Realmuto missed second. Second base umpire Mike DeMuro said he did not. And here is Echeverria. The infield has crept in. Echeverria, a little bloop into right field. That's a base hit. And the Marlins have a 5-0 lead. And Echeverria's first hit extends his hit streak to 5.
Yeah, the RBI also gives Etch 23 on the year.
And here is Tom Kohler, who set down a nice sacrifice bunt back in the 4th. The Marlins have been now there. You're the beneficiary of the infield being drawn in, and the ball just getting into the outfield at Coors Field. A couple of bloop hits last inning by Giancarlo Stanton and Justin Bour.
There have been times where Butler's made some pretty good pitches, but the Marlins have fought some off. One bloop by Stanton, a couple of jam shots, one by Bour, that one by Etch. Gives you a chance to get online and make those all-star votes. D. Gordon, Giancarlo, Echeverria.
I'm too busy trying to figure out how many hitters Pat Venditti faced right-handed and how many he faced left-handed.
He may have to wait a while for that,
because it's not in the box score. And there's a timeout here. There's all kinds of cool things that can happen here with a guy that pitches with his right arm and his left arm. In statistics in baseball, there's all these splits for switch hitters, right? You get to see what he is right and left. Now they're going to have to do that for pitchers.
Like I said, Baseball Reference will never be the same.
And of course, Major League Baseball, anticipating this, an older rule they clarified going into this year. He must first indicate to the umpire which hand he intends to throw with when a batter first gets to the box, and that applies to a pinch or a switch hitter. Another nice bunt by Kohler. So Venditti with the either arm, if it's a switch hitter, he's got to declare. But the one thing he can do is he can figure out which side of the plate the guy is weakest from and pitch with the opposite arm, right? And force him, if he's better left-handed, Venditti's going to pitch left-handed.
Well, that's right. And we'll have to figure out if he always pitches lefty against lefties or if he always pitches righty against righties. Be interesting to follow. Greg Harris, the only other pitcher, and he just did it once, I believe, for the Expos.
Here's D. Gordon.
D trying to get in on the hit parade. 0 for 3 so far tonight.
I don't know that there have been too many nights where the Marlins have 10 hits and D doesn't have at least a couple of those. And he doesn't have any tonight.
By the way, the 3 by JT Realmuto ties a career high. Did it last year against the Nationals.
Gordon, that's a fair ball, and down the line it goes. Echeverria around third. He will score. Gordon's flying to second, and he's in there with a double.
All we had to do was talk about it. He wanted to get in on the hit parade.
Flash Jr. streaks into second with a double.
Off the line is Arenado. D. Gordon gets it right over the bag, and Echeverria, who was sacrificed over there. A nice bunt by Tom Kohler. There's the call by the third base ump, Will Little, right there to make the call.
And the call right now by Walt Weiss is no mas for Eddie Butler. 6-0 Miami. Weiss comes out to get the ball. And the Marlins have jumped on the Rockies here tonight to open up this series. West Kendall Toyota call to the bullpen. Crowds headed this way, and they had followed Eddie Butler around from the get-go. The Marlins have 6 runs on 11 hits. Tommy Kahnle, right-hander, out of the bullpen for the Rockies with a South Florida flavor.
Yeah, also out of Lynn University. Was part of the Division II championship team in 2009.
Was just called up from AAA Albuquerque. So the Rockies AAA affiliate is now in Albuquerque.
Albuquerque's had a few affiliates over the years.
And the Rockies, for the longest time, were in Colorado Springs. But now they are the Isotopes, which is right next to one of the iconic basketball facilities, and maybe my most favorite place to call a basketball game, the Pit.
You usually text me when you're at the Pit.
Yeah, the University of New Mexico.
Near the airport, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that far from the airport.
It's easy in and out.
Yeah, but you don't want to go in and out of the land of enchantment. You want to hang around. You know that area well. Prado's up. Stanton's on deck. Gordon's at second. Kahnle with a 1-0 pitch coming.
I love the way the Marlins have just kept pushing, keep adding on, keep trying to have 2-3 hits in a row, and they've been able to do that tonight.
Prado a little tapper. Kahnle off the mound to get it. And he'll flip it on over to first. Gordon still at second. And here is Giancarlo Stanton.
A little surprised that D is still at second. He had plenty of time because that ball was pushed to the first base side. But you're always told a little hesitation, and he did. Once you hesitate, he just headed back to second.
Well, Stanton was called out on strikes in the first, and then reminded everybody why The combination of Giancarlo Stanton and Coors Field is must-see TV with a 478-foot home run to left field. Takes that one down low.
Well, Canley with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Stanton then hit a rather soft pop that landed in shallow center field for a single.
That might not have come off the bat at over 100 miles an hour.
No, we did not get the exit speed on that. Canley's just rearing back and firing and keeping it out of harm's way with first base open and Bohr on deck. Well, you'd love to see that the hard thrower challenge Stanton here. Drops in a strike. Starting to rain here at Coors Field. Canley comes back, evens the count at 2-2. Dark clouds were in the offing, and they're just starting to creep over downtown Denver. The 2-2. It's up.
We're being told, Rich, the single, the bloop single, came off the bat at 69 miles an hour. Crack staff right on top of things here in Denver.
Let's see what he gets. 3-2. Fastball, 98, and Stanton swings and misses. But Miami adds to their lead. It's now 6-0. Mishmash of looks there, right? Old school Marlins, new school Marlins, Expos, Rockies. And it's a flashback Friday. Remember, if you post your best vintage Marlins photo and use the hashtag flashback Marlins, we may show you if you've got the best picture on Marlins Live tonight. Rockies are going to pinch hit in the pitcher spot. Daniel Descalso, former St. Louis Cardinal, has found a home here. One of the most versatile infielders around. And Descalso's been hot lately.
Yeah, he really got off to a slow start, but lately he's been on fire.
The pride of UC Davis. Descalso lifts one foul and out of play.
Near and dear to your heart.
Descalso, one of those players that over especially the last maybe 10 years, maybe even less, with all the pitching changes and more pitchers used and versatility of players, he's one of those players in the National League that's really valuable.
Right guy at the right time because of that, in that he played a lot of games for Tony La Russa in St. Louis. Played a key role in a World Championship team. Last year he started in 4 different infield positions for the Cardinals. Rain's coming down and it's getting heavier. So Kohler's trying to get outs. Descalso takes, and it's 3-2. Descalso, a career 400 hitter in college. Outside corner, called out on strikes. Descalso had tossed the bat. There's the pitch.
Yeah, we've seen pitches further off the plate tonight called strikes by Phil Cuzzy. It was a little bit of a delayed call, which is probably what upset Descalso and why he had taken a few steps up the line. But it's close.
So an out. I don't think he was ejected. Charlie Blackmon now and DJ LeMahieu top of the order. Kohler's got an out in the rain in Denver, and the rain in Denver can change pretty quickly into wrath of God type stuff, to quote Dan Aykroyd.
There were some hailstorms around the city last night.
Lightning.
Of course, the first series the Dodgers had here this year, the night before the series started, they had 6 inches of snow.
Another ground ball. Whoa, Gordon slips. Let's hope he's okay. Down is D. Oh, goodness. D. Gordon is down, now up and limping. His footing went out from under him. Going for a ground ball. Sean Cunningham out of the Marlins dugout, and Gordon right now bending and testing that leg. Now remember, there was a play at shortstop in which they had to come out and repair a divot, and the infield here,
it appears a lot softer certainly than at home, because the one Echeverria took a divot. Boy, my first fear was this was a bad hop, and as D went down for it, it came up and got him. But it did not. He popped up right away, and even though he was limping a little bit, was trying to just walk it off as he went into the outfield. Boy, he looks like he's okay, and man, that's good. It's a base hit. Ruled a base hit.
He's retying the left shoe. It looked like left ankle.
Well, your first thought is knee, but I'm with you. He got down in a catcher squat right away, and if it had been knee, he wouldn't have done that.
Let's see if we get a better look here. Watch the left ankle. Yeah, he turned it.
It turns over. That left ankle turned over.
But look at the dirt coming up. Now, Martin Prado had a dialogue with the second base umpire, Mike DeMuro, and it was about the infield. They had an issue over at shortstop and an issue out there at second.
You shouldn't see chunks like that coming up in a major league infield.
Blackman's going to get a hit. And here's LeMahieu.
I mean, Adeiny Echeverria, growing up in Cuba, he may have seen some infields like that.
0-1 pitch, runner goes, big jump, strike called. Charlie Blackmon swipes his 12th bag. Not often that you see a guy steal a bag when the score is 6-0 and he's down, but you know, if you're Blackmon and you get a big jump, man, you take that bag.
Well, that takes away a double play.
One and two. Just 4 hits, all of them singles for the Rockies. Tom Kohler has been magnificent. Count stays 1-2. Marlins rotation the rest of this series. It's a 3-gamer. Afternoon games tomorrow and on Sunday. David Phelps goes tomorrow and Jose Urena on Sunday. Slow breaking ball hit in the air to right center, hit a long way. Ozuna back, track, makes the catch. Tagging is Blackmon, and he'll arrive at third on a long fly ball out by LeMahieu.
Anything gets in the air, you always hold your breath a little bit, but tracked down by Marcell Ozuna. A lot of room, as we've talked about out there. And Tom Kohler gets a big out, second out of the inning.
Troy Tulowitzki bounced into a double play, singled.
The pitch count for Tom Kohler, very, very manageable.
Three strikeouts, a walk, the 4 singles. And out away from getting 6 innings into this one. And the rain has let up a little bit. Tulowitzki into left field. And the Rockies are on the board. And the importance for the Rockies of Blackmon stealing second base certainly helps their cause here, getting him to third.
Well, and the other thing, Rich, the crazy play at second when you saw the ankle roll of D. Gordon's. Could have been a double play ball. Could have been out number 2. Could have been out number 2.
Yeah, that changes the whole inning. Now Real Muto out to talk to Kohler. Gordon, the news is much better now just watching him move around, though he still is testing that.
You know, he's
ankle.
probably had a couple of those on the basketball court.
That's a good point. You know what we ought to do? Just thinking out loud.
Sorry, we do that all the time.
NBA Finals coming up right now. We ought to have
saw game 1 last night.
We ought to have a daily NBA Final report from D. Gordon. Just his thoughts on the game. That one fouled back and out of play. His initial report.
You know he has to like Steph Curry.
Yes. But he didn't like betting against LeBron. So
yeah,
it's
tough
hard to
call.
go against LeBron. The fact that the Warriors play that up-tempo and they've got the Splash Brothers. So we'll have to monitor that. He was active on Twitter last night during
Have to see if
during the game.
Have to see if Kyrie Irving plays.
News today is he's out for the series. A broken kneecap for Kyrie Irving. Wow. Surgery pending. Count full on Cargo. Swing and a miss. Chased a high fastball. Tom Kohler gives up a run. Odd base hit leads to that. D. Gordon slowly back to the dugout. 6-1 Miami. (6-1) Miami on top. Martin Prado, a little love for D. Gordon. I think if you could read Frank Manichino's lips, he said, "You scared me there."
Scared a lot of people.
Yeah. Coors Field in Denver. Miami up 6-1. Seventh inning arrives. Justin Bour digs in. First pitch swing, a fly ball to center. Charlie Blackmon is there.
Christian Bergman, the new pitcher for the Rockies.
Bergman has made a start and 11 relief appearances. And here is Marcell Ozuna. By the way, we were talking about
thinking out loud again.
I am. The many statistical resources that we draw numbers from. I think StatCast had the homer for Stanton at 478. Hit Tracker online, it looks like, has gone 484 and says that's the longest in the majors this season.
I like that one better. If I have a choice.
Well, of course, it makes for a better story, right? Marlins in-game box. You can count up the hits. 11 of them.
Now look at that. Everybody in the lineup has contributed. And you see Tom Kohler 0 for 1, but Kohler with an RBI, first career RBI, and 2 beautiful sacrifice bunts.
To left, Barnes is there, makes the catch. So a couple of fly ball outs here in the 7th. Here comes Christian Yelich. Marlins season tickets a variety of plans to choose from. And you get the best seats for any upcoming series against the Yankees and the Red Sox. The 15 per game plan includes complimentary Marlins jersey for every 2 seats purchased, prorated pricing for the remaining games of the season. Here's Yelich. Christian Yelich singled, bounced out, and bounced into a double play. Yelich shoots that one foul. The sponsor trip is going quite well, Tommy. They were a big group that were headed whitewater rafting today. And there, I did run into a sponsor last week, and they asked what they should pack for clothes. And I said a little bit of everything.
Yeah, because you don't know. And that was a good suggestion on your part.
Pack for the forecast, but also pack for the opposite of the forecast, because you're probably going to get it. Yelich back to the mound, and Bergman flips to first. Rain's coming down, flashes of lightning. All at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. 6-1 Miami. So far, the heavy stuff is still not here. Phil Cuzzy, the home plate umpire, the grounds crew out. The umpires have been briefed on the weather. Tomorrow's starters, David Phelps, Chris Rusin going for the Rockies. And remember, that's an afternoon start, 3:30 for Marlins Live. Well, Tom Kohler, 82 pitches in. Loves pitching here in Denver. This is start number 3 in his career, and the other 2 have been really good ones. That's going to be a foul ball.
He's going to try to get through this inning, and it would be amazing to give him a 3 7-inning performances here.
T-Mobile game changer, Nolan Arenado. When he homers, they win. When he has an RBI, they have a better chance of winning. When he makes a Gold Glove play, a little less impact, apparently.
Well, and watching him, too, and we don't get that many opportunities. We were impressed last year. I know you and I were talking about it. Watching him hit, he's extremely aggressive. First pitch swinging a couple of times tonight.
And that's the kind of the profile defensively, too. Very aggressive, very active. And Tom Kohler, with a gorgeous breaking ball, strikes out an aggressive Nolan Arenado. This has to be a real nice feeling for Tom Kohler. the numbers, and there's so many numbers floating around any Major League Baseball player, but when there's a huge split, as there is for home and road for Kohler, it always makes you scratch your head. His road ERA 7.50, his home ERA 6 runs less at 1.57. That road ERA is going to be helped by his effort here tonight in maybe the toughest road environment in the National League.
Well, a couple of the road outings were bad innings. I mean, break down the rest of the game already. I mean, we had this 7-run inning against the Mets at Citi Field. But hopefully that'll turn around. And certainly the way he's pitched, 3 of his 5 strikeouts also have come in the last 2 innings.
Been a smooth ride with JT Realmuto behind the plate. By the way, we haven't nary a mention of Jeff Mathis being back. Touched upon it on Marlins Live. That one popped foul and out of play, but Jeff Mathis has rejoined the team off the disabled list from his broken hand.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see him used a little bit more than when we saw Jonathan Solano. And really a delight to be around Jonathan, Donovan's brother. He handled it well. He understood. He knew that Mathis was coming back.
Dive by Bohr, and he can't get that one. It's into right field. And that's a hit for Ben Paulson.
The thing about Jeff Mathis, too, we talk about leaders, and a lot of times that leader doesn't have to be a guy who plays every day. Jeff Mathis is a tremendous leader on this team, so that's another reason it's good to have him back.
Dan Jennings working without Mike Goff, Marlins bench coach. Mike's father passed away, and our thoughts and prayers are with him. And so you see Chuck Hernandez has been by DJ's side all night. If he needs if he turned around and said, all right, I need a bench coach, but I don't want any of my other coaches moving from their spots, he might say, oh, Jeff Mathis, you. Because Mathis,
absolutely,
being a catcher, having been there's a great shot.
That's nice. That's a nice touch.
Mathis is one of those guys that you could see managing in 10, 12 years. Guy that once he gets out of the game, Brian Schneider is in the Marlins system. There's another example of a guy that could have a future in the big leagues. That one foul back. And the other important thing for Mathis is somebody for JT Realmuto to lean on, because Mathis is so good in working with the younger catchers that for Realmuto to have Mathis by his side now the rest of the ride will be a real luxury. With the rain starting to come down even harder now. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess, are you out of the line of rain there?
I am hiding right now under a massive umbrella. Just look for the black and white stripes and you will be able to track me down. But you guys mentioned that relationship between JT Realmuto and Jeff Mathis. I had a chance to talk to JT earlier today, and he said, yeah, it's huge to have Mathis back in the clubhouse. From the way that Mathis carries himself both on and on the field, just to have a guy to bounce ideas off of, it's really important for JT to have him back in the clubhouse. And that respect, it goes both ways. Mathis says he's been so impressed so far with what he's seen from JT. So a strong bond really developing between those two players.
Oh, now wait a minute, Jess.
That really is Jessica Blaylock.
Yeah, there she is.
There she is.
I'm going back now.
We just wanted to make sure it was you.
I don't want to block the view of the people sitting behind me, so I'm hunched over. It's not very comfortable, but I'm doing my best to make sure that everyone besides me can see the game.
Well, Nick Hundley strikes out. Now, that's very considerate of you, and I'm impressed by the fact that you have the umbrella and the color scheme of the umbrella. Because wasn't it the first 2 games you worked with us on the road you got rained on?
Yes. And then I also had to set a fashion example in New York with my socks and my open-toed shoes. So I was 0 for 2 to start out on the road trip, but I feel like I've learned my lesson at
You're
this
making
point.
a comeback.
I'm coming back strong.
Very nice.
And so is, not that he had anything to come back from, but it's interesting with Tom Kohler, the way he's pitched tonight, and mentioned the strikeouts 4 now just in the last 2 innings to give him 6 overall. Good breaking ball, good sliders and curveballs tonight.
Well, the Marlin rotation, you see his pitches by inning. The Marlin rotation knows that there are reinforcements coming, and the important part is to hold the line and try to keep what the Marlins have built here, having won their last 2 series, 3 of their last 4 series. By the time a Cozart gets back, a Latos, a Jose, hopefully an Alvarez.
Well, it's funny, people always ask, they tweet it out, well, who's going to go to the bullpen? Well, what's going to happen when all those guys come back? You know, those things always seem to work out.
Well, Kohler's a great example. Remember, the Marlins moved him into the bullpen for 1 appearance, 3 scoreless innings, and then suddenly they needed him back in the rotation. He was brilliant in his next 3 starts. He had that bump in the road in New York, and now he's back on it here in Colorado. That's a soft serve into right field for a base hit. Holding at second is Paulson. Now the rain is coming down out of the bullpen in right field, and a lot of the relievers are standing out in the weather. There is shelter out there. I don't know if it's a fallout shelter with all the tornado warnings that they've had lately. There's the bullpen, and you've got the stream behind it. Let's see, one reliever going down. I don't know if that was Carter Capps going into that little alcove there. And it's not a big shelter.
I believe they have food and supplies in there enough for a week.
Yes. Freeze dried. Lantern.
Generator. Willian Rosario, the pinch hitter.
Rosario was a catcher, has been playing first base. Slow tapper. Echeverria has to hurry. He's not going to get anyone.
Boy, you think about the last 2 hits. The little reach out, the flare by Barnes, an infield chopper on a good pitch that fooled Rosario. Now it's back to the top of the order, and Tom Kohler's going to have to deal with Charlie Blackmon.
And this is what gets scary about Coors Field, is the Rockies are 1 swing away from getting back into it. Not that they're really out of it at 6-1 in this place, but Chuck Hernandez on his way out. Got a guy in the leadoff spot who has pop. Charlie Blackmon has 7 home runs. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. Brian Morris in Miami's bullpen. See Reed Cornelius, the bullpen coach.
Reed Cornelius does a terrific job down there. Very under the radar, but keeps charts, keeps track of everything, keeps track of the pitchers, stays in touch, good communication with Chuck.
So Blackmon against Kohler, and this is the 4th matchup of these 2 tonight. Rain continues to fall. And a strike. Kohler at 103 pitches. A ball and a strike. His high this year was 108, and that was in Los Angeles. D. Gordon gets the out, and the inning is over. And the Rockies leave them loaded. Tom Kohler, 7 in the books, and a 6-1 lead. Nice night. To flash, so much so that a public address announcement in between innings, they are asking fans in the upper deck and the rock pile, which is that upper deck out in center field, to seek shelter due to severe lightning in the area. So the fans, in an orderly fashion I might add, are evacuating the upper deck. And tarp crew, who as Tommy pointed out was very busy in the Dodgers series and one of the best in baseball, is at it again. They've got the tarp going out.
Yeah, I was told radio play-by-play man of the Rockies, Jack Corrigan, was telling me earlier they had a series with the Giants, and in that series with the Giants there were over 7 hours of rain delays.
Does it sound familiar?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Back in the old football stadium.
It's like we forget about it now, but it does happen in other cities now.
Oof. Let's check in and make sure Jessica is not high and dry. That's not good here, but at least dry. Jess?
I am at least dry. This umbrella is definitely doing its job. This shelter that I'm being provided with is taking good care of me. But hey, you guys mentioned the Giants. We were in San Francisco when Michael Morse was presented with his World Series championship ring. Well, today Morse had the opportunity to go with his former teammates to the White House. Those guys presented President Obama with an autographed baseball, so he was able to sign that and really once again celebrate that World Series championship ring. So a nice day today for Michael Morse. And hey, just a quick update on him, by the way, because he is on the disabled list with that sprained finger. The next step for him as far as his rehab goes, he's going to start taking dry swings. So hopefully we'll see Michael Morse back pretty soon.
All right, Jessica, go get shelter, all right?
Yes, I am going to listen to the announcer and go seek shelter. I think that sounds like a great idea.
You know, that was a trip, actually, had Michael Morse not been on the disabled list. He was going to go. He'd got permission from the ball club because it was an off day, and he was going to fly, spend the Thursday at the White House, and then come here to Denver.
So it's a rain delay. It's the 8th inning. 6-1, Miami on top. It comes at a nice point in the game for the Marlins because Tom Kohler just finished the bottom of the 7th. What a night for Kohler here tonight, and what a night for us at Fox Sports Florida on Wednesday night. And thanks to all of you out there that participated in the Fox Sports Florida fantasy auction. $125,000 we raised. Craig did a great job at the Ford Big Board, the Grant Thornton Mini Board. That was the Joseph Gormley breaking down when the Stanton painting sold for $25,000.
That was tremendous.
Was the moment of the night. It made it nationally on a lot of highlight shows. And it was a special moment for us. We've worked so hard throughout the year to get ready for it. Our producer John Sulzer puts in a lot of time, along with Alan Alvarez of the Marlins Foundation. And everybody with the Marlins and Fox Sports Florida and the Marlins Foundation should be very, very proud. And again, you fans that bought the pledge packs, we sold out of those. You fans that bid on the prizes, we thank you. The bottom of our hearts for all pulling together for a great cause for South Florida youth and education. Inside the Marlins, back to the minors is coming up. And we'll update you shortly, so stick around. It's 6-1, Miami, a rain delay in Denver. Rain delay over. Back to baseball. Back in Denver, Miami. A long rain delay here in Denver. And we resume the ball game in the top of the 8th. Brooks Brown throws a strike. A swing and a miss, and that's about the only thing that JT Realmuto has missed tonight. There's a look at Brown and his numbers. He's the 3rd out of the bullpen, 4th to work on the night for the Rockies. And JT Realmuto takes a ball. Realmuto RBI single in the 2nd, got the scoring started. Singled in the 4th, tripled in the 6th. The rain delay almost 2 hours, an hour and 55 minutes.
Yeah, JT Realmuto, Rich, with his 3 base hits, that ties a career high. He had 3 hits last year in a game against the Nationals.
Yeah, it's late here. So an hour and 55 rain delay. After some torrential rain, lightning. Oh, now we talked about the fans that are here on a sponsor trip. They all stayed, or at least most of them. And you can hear them in the collection of maybe 600-700 that are in the ballpark. How about a 4-hit night for JT Realmuto?
Yeah, he waited almost 2 hours. He knew he was going to face Brooks Brown. May have gone back in the clubhouse to look at a little video of Brown to refresh his memory. But how about a night for JT? 4 base hits on the evening. Well done.
Shoots it right up the middle. And here is Adeiny Echeverria. It is early morning, obviously, back home. And if you're just getting back in, or if you're just about to head out into Miami and South Beach and parts unknown, and you're wondering what the heck's going on, it's 6-1, Miami on top. The Marlins came out and jumped the Rockies and jumped them good, picking up a couple runs in the 2nd. Giancarlo Stanton hit a monster homer. Some have measured it at 484 feet, which would be the longest in the big leagues this year. Echeverria fouls it off. Marlins have added on throughout the night. We check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Yeah, guys, I had a chance to talk to a couple of players as they were coming out of the dugout after the rain delay, including Christian Yelich. Asked him about the outfield conditions, all the rain that had fallen, and he said he wasn't as concerned about the outfield as he was for the infield. It seemed like a little bit of a sandpit. Because of that, I talked to Martin Prado and said, hey, what do you think of those conditions out on the field? And he said, I'm not concerned about the conditions out on the field. I'm concerned about how late it's getting and the fact that we're playing a day game tomorrow. So a couple of different concerns for the Marlins players. So hopefully they can make it through this 8th and 9th inning pretty quickly.
Thank you, Jessica. The broadcasters echo those concerns. Echeverria swings and misses. Counts 2-2.
Prado, of course, a little bit of an elder statesman, more so than some of the other young players. So he's concerned with the time change coming from coast to coast, or almost coast to coast, and out here. So he's thinking about, well, it's a little late. Got a day game tomorrow. So he's thinking like an elderly veteran.
Echeverria lines it center field. Caught there by Charlie Blackmon. So the first out here in the 8th. And here is Ichiro. He will pinch hit in Tom Kohler's spot. How about that? Kohler pitched 7 innings, and 2 hours later he comes out of the game.
And had a good day, a good night at the plate. He hit a ground ball that drove in a run, his first ever RBI, and had 2 nice sacrifice bunts. Ichiro has been here before. He has played some games at Coors, 11 to be exact. (2,878 hits in the big leagues. Combined with his hits in Japan, he's at 4,156. And he takes down low. The count is 1-1. So Ichiro hitting here in the 8th. D. Gordon is on deck. It's just nice to see D. Gordon
upright, swinging the bat after that scare, the tweak of the ankle when the infield dirt gave way out at second base.
You know, if it bothered him a little, he had time to get a little treatment on it too. By the way, of all those hits for Ichiro, 12 have come here at Coors Field.
Ichiro, little tapper towards third. Arenado gets him. And so there's 2 outs here in the 8th. And here comes D. Gordon. Gordon has an RBI double in this ballgame.
You and I were sitting up here, and when it got word that the game would resume, we saw a few of the Marlins go out in the outfield, start getting loose, running, and we saw Ichiro because he knew that he would be the pinch hitter. And because of that, I don't know if you watched him, he got up the line in a hurry. He made that a close play.
Yeah, he was good and loose at 41. Now Gordon. The double by Gordon, his 11th this season. The splits that Gordon has, if you draw it out, an on-base percentage right around 392. And a slugging percentage up in the 400s, 430. Up the middle to Lewitzki across the diamond in time. And Miami gets a hit, leaves that runner. It only took 2 hours to play, but we're headed to the bottom of the 8th. Denver, Colorado. Marlin fans are still hanging out. That's some good moves.
See, Marlins fans, especially Marlins fans of a few years back, this is nothing. They're used to rain delays.
That's right.
They're used to delays during batting practice, before the game, mid-game. Vin Mazzaro comes in. You and I were talking with Dan Jennings before the game. He had some really nice things to say about Mazzaro.
Yeah, Mazzaro has really been a nice addition to Miami's bullpen. Versatile guy, and a guy that has pitched well with runners on base. And for a manager to have an arm in the bullpen that he's comfortable bringing in with guys on base, he's been quite pleased with Mazzaro's work. Of course, he was a part of a real nice bullpen in Pittsburgh a couple of years back. There's just one game left other than this one in the big leagues, and that's up in Seattle. So I'm sure there's a lot of people around the country that are looking for baseball that have happened upon this. D. Gordon flips to first. No, this isn't the smallest crowd in Coors Field history. This is the result of a 2-hour rain delay after 7 innings of baseball. Some massive weather that has moved in and out of Denver, from torrential rains, a flood warning in this area, 4 inches of hail in some neighborhoods in and around Denver.
I'm not so sure, Rich, I feel comfortable walking back to the hotel as we usually do here in Denver. What do you think?
There'll be plenty of cabs available, Hut, I suspect. Here's Tulowitzki now, and a big swing and a miss for the Rockies, who have won 9 of 12. They ran into Tom Kohler. And Kohler was outstanding. 7 innings, gave up a run, and 8 hits. Tulowitzki, a couple of hits, including an RBI single in the 6th. And that's the only run of the night for the Rockies. Mazzaro.
Yeah, there are a couple of other things that Dan Jennings said about Finn Mazzaro. He loves the slider, and the fact that, as you mentioned, with that good year he had with Pittsburgh, and he's been in the big leagues before, so he has a little experience, and he likes that.
Tulowitzki steps out. Tulowitzki, of course, the face of this franchise for a while. Even when Todd Helton was winding down his career, Tulo was it, and still is. A strike. Of course, in the offseason and then early season, a lot of talk centered in New York on how the Mets were looking for a shortstop. Tulowitzki might be available. And for the Rockies, it's been a struggle record-wise for the last 3 years for Tulowitzki and the rest of the Rockies. Walt Weiss, in his 3rd season, took over for Jim Tracy. Hit hard, diving stop. Look at Martin Prado, airmails it over Bohr. Tulowitzki runs into Bohr. He'll get second base by rule. And he finishes at second. Prado made a great stop and got up and did not make an accurate throw. That's a rare error by Miami's 3rd baseman.
You know, he just got the wrong release point. He picks this ball and then has time, really, and just got under it too much. It's his 4th error of the year. But we've talked about the air tightness of this Marlins infield defense all year. Echeverria with only 3 errors. D. Gordon has just 2, and both Echeverria and Gordon with great range. Prado maybe not the range of those 2 guys, but always sure-handed. One of the few errors you're going to see him make.
Prado's 4th of the season.
So a hit and an error.
Now Carlos Gonzalez. Cargo, as he's known. Chulo Cargo. They have their own chants and cheers here from a very loyal fan base in Denver. A team that lost 96 games that averaged 33,000 fans a night last year.
That's pretty good. That tells you a little bit about their fan base. It'll probably pick up a little more now. School's out in this area.
Just 70 games last year for Gonzalez. Off of D. Gordon's glove, it rolls to center. Tulowitzki will hold at 3rd. And Carlos Gonzalez has a single. I don't know about you, but watching Troy Tulowitzki run tonight, he's not running real well. I don't know if he's got a lingering issue, but there have been a couple times where he's gone station to station. Now, he's not going to turn it on here, but early in the game, he had some.
Well, I have no idea why he pauses there. Ball was on the ground and it was to the right side. It's not like he has to wait for the ball to get through, but he paused. So that's why he only went to 3rd base, or he should have scored easily.
So 1 out. And now Arenado in the 5 spot. He's popped up twice and struck out. Mazzaro, a strike. And this is a spot where Miami has to be careful. A 6-1 lead. They've led the entire way. Then a 2-hour rain delay, but it's still Coors Field, and these are still the Rockies. And in this ballpark, with this team, enough runs are never enough. And a bullpen always has to be aware. This is a team that has come from behind an awful lot here. To right, Stanton is over. Tulowitzki tags. Stanton makes the catch, and Tulowitzki's coming home. Stanton flips it into second. And Nolan Arenado delivers the second run of the night on a sacrifice fly. A smart job by Stanton to keep the runner at first.
Yeah, don't worry about Tulowitzki, the runner at third. Probably didn't have a play. Just get it back in, get it out, and see if Vin Mazzaro can retire Ben Paulson.
Ben Paulson, big left-handed bat. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. Flips that one up into the seats. Clemson Tiger. Catcher Nick Hundley is on deck.
We could see the Marlins Clemson Tiger tomorrow. Jeff Baker with the left-hander Russin on the mound for Colorado.
Echeverria picks it, flips it, and gets the out. And the inning is over. A run scores. The Rockies draw within 4 onto the 9th. South Florida Honda dealers by Kubota. For more information, find a participating dealer. Go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. And by Florida Coast Equipment, Florida's largest Kubota dealer. Visit us at FloridaCoastEQ.com. In Denver tonight, we've seen a little bit of everything. A late night with the Fish. Started with the warm, sunny skies. Game time. Temperatures in the upper 60s. Played about 2 hours of baseball and then a 2-hour rain delay after 7 innings. Miami had a 6-1 lead. It's now 6-2. Christian Friedrich is into the ball game. Christian Lewis Friedrich.
We had Christian Bergman back in the 7th inning before the rain delay.
Martin Prado, Giancarlo Stanton, and then Justin Bour against this lefty. And a strike to Prado. Martin Prado 1 for 4. Has extended his hit streak to 7 games. Stanton behind him has 2 hits, including another mammoth home run. And a strike.
Well, we talked about it a while ago, and it was a while ago. But again, everyone contributing. Everybody in the lineup with at least 1 base hit.
Prado swings and misses.
But the big contributor, JT Realmuto, with 4 hits, and the big contributor as far as long ball, Giancarlo.
Giancarlo Stanton, that is 484 feet of home run. For Stanton, his 18th of the season. And he takes the strike. Against the lefties, no mask on the helmet. Actually has 2 helmets, one with the mask, one without. And he fouls that one at the plate. It's 0-2.
Stanton also had a single tonight. So a couple of hits on the evening.
Marlins Live, shortest postgame show ever, will be right around the corner. Here's the 0-2. And Stanton swings and misses. And so Christian Friedrich looks pretty sharp. Eastern Kentucky University.
Slider down and in. It's one of those, now you see it, now you don't. And he gets a couple of good hitters, Prado and Big G.
Here's Bour, and he takes down low. 32,091 the paid attendance at one time. I'm a little disappointed, Hut. The Mile High rooftop bar is closed, right? I mean, isn't that where you would want to be right now if you hung in there and you wanted a little refreshment? Or
you would think they would just start having last call. I mean, you would think in the 9th inning you'd have last call. Evidently, after a 2-hour rain delay, that's not the case.
There was at one point during the game, I think it was the 6th inning, where they had to evacuate the upper deck because of lightning in the area. Justin Bour cracks one to left, and it carries all the way out to Barnes, who makes the catch. Marlins down quickly in the 9th, 6-2 Miami. MLB at bat all season long. Follow baseball on any of your handheld devices, tablet, phone, laptop, Apple Watch. Get the app, download it. It's really cool. MLB.com/at-bat. And you can dance around like these Marlin fans. Big sponsor trip. A lot of Marlin fans here. They have rain delays in their blood, so 2-hour rain delay is nothing. Nick Hundley is up, and he fouls it back. Though they'll be, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the Marlin fans figured, hey, ninth inning, let's go down to the Clevelander after the game. And the rooftop, the Mile High rooftop bar has been closed for some time.
Now, can't imagine the Clevelander would shut down.
No.
By the way, Vin Mazzaro back out there. I think Dan Jennings liked the way he threw. The one run was an unearned run in the 8th inning. And another value that he gives down there to the bullpen, he can give DJ a couple of innings.
Nick Hundley, the batter. Brandon Barnes is on deck. And in the pitcher spot, last call for the Rockies. AJ Ramos just loosening up. You always tell your closer in this spot, just shake it loose a little bit. You don't have to heat up completely. Stanton picks it up in right field. Hundley has a hit.
And then you see a leadoff single and start to heat up a little quicker.
Dodge presents a Flashback Friday, and of course on Flashback Friday, if you've got a great vintage Marlins photo, hashtag it Flashback Marlins, and we'll show the best picture on Marlins Live postgame. But the postgame is actually on Saturday morning, so I don't know how that impacts Marlins Flashback Friday. Maybe it's flash forward.
Well, when you think about it, the postgame will actually be an early pregame.
That's right. There will be 3 episodes of Marlins Live tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
The post game from this game, the pre and the post from tomorrow's game, which starts 2 o'clock here and 4 o'clock back home. That's a liner in the center field and a base hit. And so Brandon Barnes follows up Nick Hundley's hit. And again, just as a reminder, this is Coors Field. These are the Rockies, and a 4-run lead in some places is comfortable, in this place never.
Well, and the other thing you start to think about now, with Hundley getting a base hit, Barnes getting a base hit, now you have the number 9 spot. So we'll see a pinch hitter, and then things turn back around to the top of that order.
The Fort, Michael McHenry, is going to pinch hit. So it's McHenry who'll get the at-bat. Ramos has gone from just shake it loose to heat it up.
Yeah, right now, AJ's pretty much ready out there, because I would expect another man gets on base, we'll see AJ Ramos, which again makes him unique in the bullpen because of his previous, I guess you could say, his previous work coming in a lot of times with men on base. Nowadays, you see a lot of closers. They don't come in until they start an inning. But AJ's not just, you're always comfortable in that situation, but he's done it before.
Dan Jennings asked for the baseball. AJ Ramos is summoned. And then Mazzaro exits. He leaves a pair of runners on and nobody out in the 9th. West Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. Ballpark, if you can't get on dance cam, you are lacking for dancing ability.
You and I right now could get on dance cam.
Well, we've already been on dance cam while we were away. A.J. Ramos. Well, it's Michael McHenry, backup catcher, but then you got trouble around the corner. Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu, Troy Tulowitzki, and Carlos Gonzalez. This is a save situation. The tying run is on deck. And Ramos enters with a 6-2 lead. And a breaking ball in for a strike.
What a great pitch for a closer to come in and throw that get me over breaking ball. There's no way McHenry is looking for that.
McHenry smacks it foul. Last we saw Michael McHenry, and saw a lot of him as a Pittsburgh Pirate.
So AJ with the breaking ball, then comes back with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Was a Rocky last year for half a season. Did he go? Sometimes at 11:20, that's a strike. Counts 1-2. Tommy's favorite mascot is back, Dinger, who likes to reside behind the screen, try to distract the pitcher in the ninth. And he got him. Ramos gets a strikeout.
You know, you look back at it at bat, and that whole at bat started with a nice breaking ball for strike one. And then what looks like a changeup has McHenry out, but he gave him the whole bit there, the whole repertoire, and that's what makes A.J. Ramos such a valuable closer. You don't see closers that have all the assortment of pitches that he has.
Fastball, slider, curveball, change. Misses in to Charlie Blackmon. Rockies center fielder, all-star last year. 1 for 4 tonight. Walt Weiss has an interesting mix in his coaching staff. High pop-up. That's out in shallow center. Infield fly is called. And the catch is made by Danny Echeverria. Blake Doyle is his hitting coach.
One of our favorites is over there in the dugout with Walt Weiss, too.
Renee Latchman.
Oh, yeah. There's Latch.
Latch is like Latch's title. Latch is all bundled up, and he was. I mean, you could hear his voice before the ball game. There were 30,000 people in the ballpark, and Latch was John with in a friendly way with the home plate umpire, and you could tell that was Latch. That one fouled back to the screen.
Did it get Dinger? Did it get Dinger?
No. Renee Latchman's title is catching / defensive positioning coach. Sometimes I think they give these titles at almost into center. This should do it. Ball game. It took a long time, a 2-hour rain delay after 7 innings, and the next 2 innings fly by, and Miami, in a lengthy evening at Coors Field, opened this 3-game series with a 6-2 win over the Colorado Rockies. A.J. Ramos comes in. Ramos picks up the save. He continues his nice work out of the bullpen. Giancarlo Stanton, quite possibly the longest home run in the big leagues this year, depending on your measuring tape. And the Marlins win it. 4 hits for JT Realmuto. And, of course, a great start by Tom Kohler. Marlins Live is coming up. Thank goodness we've got the guys in the studio in early morning in South Florida.